Well, hey there, how's it going? If this is your first time ever seeing me before here on the Twitch, it's because I'm relatively new to Twitch. My name's Dan Spencer, and if you're wondering what on earth I'm going to be doing today, I'm going to be reacting to an original soundtrack from a video game that I have never heard before in my life. So everything I do, talk about, teach, break down, and even play on this here thing is all going to be off the top of my head in the moment, because I will have never heard it before. Ooh. So I want to say hi to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for joining. I'm actually looking at chat now. We got a fancy new setup where I can actually see you guys up here, which is so cool. So if you're in the chat, give me a hi or type a 1. Type a 1 in the chat if you're stoked to be here. Is this a new studio? So I go, no, same studio. Put a little work in. I'll do a studio breakdown a little later. Ho-ho! Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Awesome sauceum. So I think what we're going to do for today is we're just going to jump in and run this as normal before we try and get fancy and start messing around with the proven system that we all know and love. So without any further ado, we're just going to get rocking and rolling here and start listening to some Sonic Adventure original soundtrack. I've never heard this before in my life. Let's get this thing rocking and a-rolling. Let's do this thing. We're going to start with It Doesn't Matter. Version 1. Here we go. I mean, so much yummy stuff in this. I'll break down one or two things that happened here. That was pretty cool. So let's actually talk about the chorus, because the chorus is relatively straightforward. So the first 2 times we hear the chorus, it's just C to basically an implied A minor to an F, to a G. So it's going 1, 6, 4, 5, a classic chord progression. If you're going, Dan, what on earth do you mean by these numbers 1, 6, 4, and 5? Well, I'll tell you. In music, we like to associate letters with numbers, and that's how we kind of make sense of everything. So we have 7 letters that we use in music, and we only use 7. We use A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No more than that. Just A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And we can put a number to any one of those. So A could be 1, then B would be 2, C would be 3, D would be 4. Or D could be 1, then E would be 2, then F would be 3, G would be 4. Like that. We go round and round and round. So in this case, C is 1. So C is 1, A is 6, F is 4, G is 5. Now what's interesting is after the first 2 times through the chorus, there's this little tag at the end of the chorus. Oh, things change up. They go to the flat 6. Now, this same exact relationship between the chords you could actually hear in the 3rd time through the chorus where they changed keys. So instead of C being the 1, D was the 1. So the last time we heard the chorus, it was D to B or B minor to G to A 2 times, or 3 maybe? Anywho, and then we go back to the 4, and then same idea going to the flat 6. So what we can see with that flat 6 is really a way we can take a chord progression that sounds a little vanilla. It doesn't sound like it's too threatening. Like this chord progression right here. Especially if I play it like this. Sounds very non-threatening. So what we do to make it a little bit more exciting, and what the composers did to make it a little bit more exciting, was add that flat 6 in there, because, oh, that sounds just a little dangerous. Very cool, very fun. We'll love to keep this thing rocking and rolling. Let's go check out the next one, which is Believe in Myself. Type a 1 in the chat if you believe in yourself, because I'll tell you, I believe in you. I believe in myself. I believe in you too. Type a 1 in the chat if you believe in yourself. Let's get hyped. Positive affirmations. Okay, let's do this thing. Are we doing this? What's happening? What's happening? I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. Now I'm listening to the podcast I was listening to before. Okay, here we go.
Having the same adventure.
Okay, let's talk about a couple things here. That was really cool. So number one, we actually had that flat six returned without any flaxseed, which is what we sent it on a quest for. So why it's returning without the flax, we're not really sure. But anyway, the flat six came back actually here and is part of what gives this song just a little bit of teeth too. It's like, you know, you could see a little Chihuahua dog, and it looks not threatening, but all of a sudden you get closer and it goes, "Arr!" And it's like that's 100% what this sort of the vibe from this is. So we're gonna rewind it a little bit because there was a lot going on very quickly. So I'm gonna break it down for you in real time as it goes here. One time. A minor. Okay. So right there in the verse, we have C when I'm alone to E minor. So C is 1. So we have 1, 3, 4 to where? You guessed it, flat 6. Oh, and then we go again. 1. So listen to that one more time. We have 1, 3, 4, flat 6. So right there, we have 3, 6, 2, 4. Thank you for your cheers. Okay, then, after the 4, then we go back to 3, 6, 2, 5. And then basically to flat 7, then back to 5, which launches it back into the chorus. So what we can see so far, 2 for 2 songs, we have a lot of sort of chords that would be expected. And expected's a big word. Well, chords that sort of fit in a very easy way that sort of just makes sense to your ears immediately, like this. So, gotta keep your eyes on the road. So hey, if what I just played makes sense to you, type a 2 in the chat. If that like makes sense to your ears, I want to hear from you. Type a 2 in the chat. If this sort of makes sense, feels like home. Feels like home. Type a 2. Type a 2. Type a 2. All right. Yeah. All right, we got quite a few people that feels like home. Right, okay. Now, this is essentially what the composers are doing to sort of shift your feeling away from just being home. Because the whole thing about Sonic, it's like, and any video game really, it's like there's a certain element of danger, but then also a certain element of safety, especially with newer ones. You can like save any time and pick up right from your left off. The older ones, not so much. That's a conversation for another day. But here's a little element of danger. Here it is. Ooh, right there, that flat 6 is what creates that element of, ooh, there's something else going on. It's a little bit more rock, too. When we think about rock, that's 1, flat 6, flat 7. So having that flat 6 and flat 7 added to any chord progression really adds that element of je ne sais quoi, a little danger. It's like the chord progression shows up wearing a leather jacket driving a Mustang, and you're like, oh, that must be a cool chord progression. Okay, let's keep it going with Unknown from M.E.
Rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I'm hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell. I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest, I'm independent since my first breath. First test, feel the right, then the worst left. Born on an island in the heavens. The blood of my ancestors flows inside me. My duty is to save the flowers from evil deterioration. Yeah. I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself of them evil spirits that's in you.
blinking lights, loud sounds, and instinct are the elements that keep me going. I am fighting my own mission. Nothing's gonna stand in my way. No, no.
I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself of them evil spirits that's in you.
Won't be frightened, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. Get this power to wipe out the havoc and anarchy. This is my planet, gonna fight for my destiny.
Here I come, rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I'm hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell. I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest, I'm independent since my first breath. First test, feel the right, then the worst left.
I have no such things as weak spots. Don't approve of him, but gotta trust him. This alliance has a purpose. This partnership is only temporary. Yeah.
I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself of evil spirits that got in you.
Be fighting now, stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. Freedom will be waiting when serenity is restored. This is my planet, I shall not surrender. Won't be frightened, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. I get this power to wipe out the havoc and anarchy. This is my planet, gonna fight. I won't be frightened, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. Freedom will be waiting when serenity is restored. This is my planet, I shall not surrender. Yeah! Shall not surrender, no. Yeah!
The new porcupine on the block with the buff chest. Out the wilderness with the ruggedness. Knock, knock his knuckles. The blow thrower, independent flower, magical emerald holder. Give you the coldest shoulder. My spike goes to boulders. That's why I stay alone. I was born by myself. I don't need a posse. I get it on by myself. Adversaries get shelved. Right on.
Okay, let's explore two ideas. Well, one idea to start with. The idea is a riff. R-I-F-F, riff. So a riff is a repeated musical idea, typically using lower notes. So for example, we actually have a riff in this song. Or however the riff ended. So that's a riff. Now, you might also hear the word riff used in a different context. Sometimes when vocal singers go, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Little things like that. I'd give myself like a 7 out of 10 on that one. It wasn't exceptional. But the point is, that's also called a riff. Oh, so there's riffing when you're singing, and there's also riffs when you play. So if you hear a low down, low notes, low type of sound that's repeated over and over again, that's going to be a riff. So this particular riff, the second idea I want to explore with you, is using what is essentially the blues scale. Now, the blues scale isn't actually a thing, even though I'm saying the blues scale, which means it is a thing. Enter the Twilight Zone. So, the blues scale is based off a pentatonic scale. Pent like 5. Like in a pentathlon, there's 5 events. Or the pentagon has 5 sides. So, There's typically 5 notes in the scale. Those are the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this riff only uses 1, 2, 3, 3.5. And that half note, that extra note in there, is called the blues note. It is one of many blues notes. And the blues note is very interesting because it's not actually a note. It is a microtonal expression. Oh, Dan, what on earth does a microtonal expression mean? I hear you ask. Well, a microtonal expression is the space between the notes. So check it out. Here's a note, here's a note, here's a note, here's a note. So between this note and this note, we have all those different little variations. Those are microtonal expressions. So there you go. That's a riff using microtones, also called the blues scale. But the blues scale's not really a thing, even though it is a thing, and I just said it. Exit the Twilight Zone. Okay, let's get back to it. My Sweet Passion. Let's check it out. Ooh! That faked me out. I thought they were going to 5 there.
Sweet, you're so sweet.
Whoa! Come on, trumpet. Okay. Type a 3 in the chat if when I was like, oh my goodness, yes, you also thought, where have they been hiding those horns this whole time? Because, wow, I don't know who's writing the horn arrangements for this original soundtrack, but like, yo, it's fire. Okay, some really interesting things to talk about in terms of the harmony here. So it starts off, we're in A flat minor, groove in the air. We're just going to call it A. So A is going to be 1. D is going to be 4. It's a little different than a 4 we might expect. E is going to be 5. Essentially F is going to be 6. Now what's interesting here is that the form or the order of the chords that we hear, by the way, a chord is when you have 2 more notes at the same time. A note is a pitch, a sound. So this is a pitch, 2 pitches at the same time. Well, that pitch is also a note. Not all pitches are notes. No, excuse me. Yes. All notes are pitches, not all pitches are notes. So when you have 2 more notes at the same time, we call that a chord. So we're talking about the chords here. And so the order is very much like a blues. Now a blues is different than a blues scale and also different than a blues note. And what a blues isn't really a thing, but it also is a thing. So groove with me here. We have A flat to essentially D flat 7, A flat, and then E flat, E flat sharp 9, back to A flat. Now here's the thing, what's really interesting about this chord progression, the chords in the song, is that it doesn't do what you'd expect it to do. So typically, we'd expect there to be 1, we'd hang out on 1, then we go to 4, back to 1. Now here, we're either going to 5 or flat 6. In this song, we go to flat 6. Now typically, the next move would be to go to 5, but no. In fact, here, the next move is to go to flat 7. Oh, how cool. And then there is a literal deceptive cadence because you think it's going back to minor. And it don't. It goes to major. Huh. In the same song. So it starts out, your ear's used to hearing an A flat minor, but it ends with an A flat major. Now, even if you know nothing about music, you can hear that those 2 things are different. And the difference is minor, basically, is sad. Oh, how sad. This sounds sad, and this sound happy. So, it's starting off with an A that sounds sad. Our 1 sounds sad. And by the time we're done going through all the chords, we have a 1 that sounds happy. This is not incredibly common, so very interesting to hear it here. And again, that horn section arrangement was delicious. This next one is called Lazy Days, Livin' in Paradise. By the way, I'd love to hear from you guys in the chat. Type a 3. Type a 3 in the chat if you're having a nice time. Type a 3 in the chat if you're having a nice time. Let's do this thing.
Sunny day, and I can hear the beats and the distant waves. The past weeks
4. Love it. 6. No.
What do you think about the incident? You were wasted before granted. I am asking you answer first then. You answer first 'cause I asked you first. You and I are friends for all of time. Tell me how you feel. But you know I can't resist that smiley face. Happy, happy. Moya Ramble. Hey, big guy. Hey, little guy. Can you tell me who came first? Sorry, but I don't know. We are simply natural. Okay, all you have to do is sit up, look left, right, up and down. Hey, big guy. Hey, little guy. Can you tell me what's inside? Sorry, but I don't know. We are simply natural. We present you with a gift. Welcome to our special paradise, where it all comes down to just one little thing.
Okay. So this actually sounds a lot like musical theater to me, like fastball down the middle music theater, also known as just music theater, also known as Broadway, also known as show tunes, because there's a lot of talking, there's a lot of stuff. There's been a lot of storytelling in a lot of these lyrics so far, but this is like there's dialogue going back and forth and people are actually talking. Also, the way that it's like based kind of basically again off of a blues, and blues basically just using 1, 4, and 5 for the chords. In this case, we're in G. So G is going to be our 1, C is going to be our 4, D is going to be our 5. But we have some very interesting things that happen in this blues here using something called secondary dominance. Not to be confused. Well, anyway. So secondary dominance. So what a secondary dominant is, it's where we take one of the letters that has a number, and then we count up to 5 of that letter. So imagine we're on G. So we have G, A, B, C, D. And then what's the 5 of D? We'd go D, E, F, G, A. So A would be the 5 of D. D is the 5 of G. Do you see how we're making this connection with numbers and letters? So let's do one more. So let's start on A. So A would be 1, B 2, G 3, F 4, E 5. So A is 1, E is 5. If we count it from E, E is 1, F, G, A, B. B is 5. So what a secondary dominant is, it's when we pick one of the numbers that's already happening in the music and we add a 5 to it. So what happens is we have 1, 4, 1, 4. Now we're going to go to the 5 of 2. Now, to take a second to crunch those numbers there, G is 1, A is 2. Therefore, we're going to the 5 of 2. We're going to pretend A is 1. Oh my gosh, the math. We're going to count up to E. And then we go to 2, and then 5, and then back to 1. So that's a secondary dominant. If you need me to explain secondary dominance again, type a 3 in the chat. Yeah, exactly. Solve for X. Okay, but if you understood the explanation I just gave for secondary dominance, I want to hear from you. Type a number 1 in the chat if you understood the explanation. So it's a 5 of something we're starting on. So normally we have numbers 1 through 7, but we're starting on one of those, and then we're counting up 5 from there. Type a 1 in the chat if you got it. All right. Excellent. 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 Okay. Super. Super. All right. We get it one more time. All right, so look. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, E is 5. So what's the 5 of 2? We're going to go, okay, A, B. Now we're going to count from B. We're going to pretend B is 1 now. So we go B, C, D, E, F. F sharp, really. But F. would be the 5 of B. So we're picking something, counting up by 5. JD Sparker says, I blame AP Music Theory. Well, hey. Okay, let's keep this thing going. A rockin' and a reelin' with Introduction by Crush 40 and Open Your Heart. Let's do this thing. Okay. So, one part I want to point out, well, maybe we could call it a riff, is here. Well, let me get the rhythm, because hang on. That one pretty quick. I'm just going to grab the rhythm. All right, so right here, this is so cool, and it sounds so cool too. It's like, I'm not doing it exactly how it is on the record. And so this second sound here, so this is home base, or that's home base. Now, this second sound is actually a really interesting and cool sounding thing here. Let's see if we can get it. Now. Have it here. So we have the second sound. It's essentially the 4 chord. Now this is no ordinary 4 chord, because if we were just going 1 to 4, it's not like this: 1, 4, 1, 4, 1, 4. But it sounds so cool when we play 4 like this. So. And so what we're doing here is we're taking the 4, but we're changing the order of the notes. So 4 is not actually the lowest note, it's the highest note, and another note from the chord is the lowest note, and that's called an inversion, and that's why that chord works so well and sounds so cool. There you go. All right, let's keep this thing going. Well, I hope that's just a piece of a full song we'll hear later. If I can talk. Hear later. FSA, Pojake. I do hope indeed we'll hear the full thing later, because that was like a really cool tease, and maybe by then I'll have another distortion sound that'll sound a little bit better with that power chord there. Okay, this next one is called Welcome to Station Squ. I just see SQU and then an ellipses, so I don't actually know what it says. Oh, square. Might have been squire. Might have been squeeze. Squeegee. Squad, see? Okay, so one part of this I want to break down and point out to you is actually the first, well, 3 chords especially, but we'll talk about the first 4. So it starts off in F. So F is now our 1, which means B, in this case B flat, is going to be our 4. And then we have a different shade of color, sonic color, on that 4. Before we go to essentially what is a 5 of 6. Now, let's talk about what happens there. So we have 1. This is the F. And then we go to the 4. Then we stay on 4. But the sound changes. Sonic colors, oh! So, the whole thing here is that we're changing between major and minor on the 4 chord. Now, if you recall, maybe 1 song ago or 2 songs ago, we talked all about how we were starting and ending on a 1 that started minor, then ended major, and how interesting that was. Here it's very interesting because we have a 4 that directly starts major and then flips to minor the next chord. So we have 1, then we have 4 major to 4 minor. Oh, very interesting right there. It brings us to... yeah. 5 of 6, which eventually basically gets us, not exactly that way, but gets us to 6, which is going to be minor. Now you may be wondering, well, Dan, you're talking about these major and minor things. Well, how do you know if it's going to be major or if it's minor? Well, that's because I've been doing music for a long time, so I can actually hear the difference between it being major and minor. That's kind of the short version. Long version is using a skill called ear training, where you actually practice hearing the difference between major and minor, as well as other different types of qualities of chords. So major is a quality, minor is a quality, diminished is a quality, augmented is a quality. And those are 4 qualities. There's many more. Cool. So I wanted to break that down for you because it's a really interesting moment there where we have 1 to 4, very typical movement, and then, ooh, very interesting coming with that 4. Let's make it a 4-6, back to 1. Ooh. All right, let's get this thing going. This next one is called Event Strain. Oh, that went by so quickly. Okay, so with that piano tuner. So part of what's making this sound creepy and ominous or foreboding, which might make you feel expectant that something is coming, is the use, and this is not the only thing, but it's part of what's going on here. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. It's the use of something called a chromaticism. A chromaticism. Chromaticism. Chroma, like color, means all the notes, like all the colors. So every single note, well, there's more than 7. There's actually 12 notes because we add little extra names onto our 7 letters. So it's like saying we're going to use all the colors. Chroma, color. All the colors. All the notes. And when you use notes in a row, And you combine that with some ominous sounding drums and some strings playing very quietly in the back. That's part of what makes this sound expectant, foreboding, looming, ominous, even. 4 notes. Just walking down all the colors. Here we go. You can see I'm going down by one little metal divider every time. Chromatic, chroma, color. There you go. Oh, it's Cinco de Mayo. All the colors, all the color, da, da, da. Okay. Send me my tacos. Okay, boss, chaos. Let's do this thing. Okay. I feel like we're looping a little bit here. Hey, Jack, can you confirm if we're looping this? This is looping here. Okay, so let's talk about chromaticisms, because we actually have 2 instances of chromaticism within this boss. So we actually maybe had a preview. If that preview, all right, chat, can you confirm with me? Type of 1, if that previous track was leading us to the boss, and that whole foreboding thing was us going to the boss. Type of 1 in the chat, if the track we listened to just before this one was leading us to the boss. Okay, so we actually had a chromaticism in the previous one. We had... Now here, the main riff, the main idea here... We have 2 groups of chromaticisms, again, going down, and then, so we have, and then, so we can actually see that that same idea of the chromaticism possibly came, or maybe the boss got written first, and then they had to write music to get up to the boss. Like, why don't we put the chromaticism in there too? It's almost a foreshadowing, indeed, of the boss to come. And then there's a really interesting little section in there, which is really cool too, because what we're seeing there is essentially, I'm simplifying a little bit here, is 1 to flat 7 to flat 6, and then hammering on that flat 6. So maybe, here's a deep theory for you, maybe the flat 6 that we've been hearing in those happy-go-lucky songs previously to this was actually in and of itself a foreshadowing of the boss to come. Ooh. But I could be wrong. Okay. Let's check out this next one, which is called Azure Blue World. Sorry, Azure Blue World. Okay. So let's talk about what is essentially the chorus section here. Some really interesting chords. So, I'm paraphrasing. And then the second time. Okay, so really interesting mix of everything we've been talking about so far. Having these chords which you would expect work together in a vanilla kind of way, and then throwing in flat 6 and flat 7 to make it a little bit more, well, I don't know any other way to say this, cool. So, we have 1. Then we go to the 5 of 6. Secondary dominant. Then we go to 6. And then, all right, and then we put 7 in the base of 6. So, I mean, 7 of the 6 in the base of the 6. We put 5. There's numbers everywhere. We put the 5 in the base of the 6. So now we have 6, but the lowest note is actually 5. Ooh, which then brings us to 4, which then brings us to flat 6, to maybe 5, and then back to 1, to again 5 of 6, to 6, then to flat 7, because why not? Course flat 7. And then, if I recall correctly, 4, flat 6, flat 7, back to 1. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Especially the way that it's mixed together. Because, like, look, let me play through that one time without the flat 6 and flat 7. It's not going to sound the same. And then there's no flat 7, so maybe 4. Well, yeah, it sounds okay. I'm not playing the guitar terribly, like it sounds all right. But how much cooler is it when we go? Oh, right there. So much cooler. Shows up driving a Mustang with its hair slicked back, and you're like, one day, I'm gonna be cool just like you. And then you grow up and you realize maybe you don't want to be that cool. Anyway, by the way, that was no knock against people who slick their hair back and wear Mustangs. I'm simply, wear Mustangs, drive Mustangs. Sorry. To be clear, I was projecting my own internal childhood experience of looking at people who I shouldn't look up to onto the example I was giving, and I'm done walking that back, and have walked it back effectively enough. Today, mother, I shall wear a car to school. Okay, this next one is called Wendy and Ripley. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll point out a couple things about this that I think are pretty interesting. By the way, I want to give a shout out and thank you to everyone on the chat today. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for being here. Thanks for coming to hang. Couldn't do this without you. It'd just be me sitting in a room with a bunch of lights, staring into like computers and things. So thank you for being here. This works because you're here. So thank you. By the way, shout out to Prince Azarath, who's been lurking on YouTube for a while and is now over on Twitch. Great to see you here. It's good to see all of you here. Oh, Puddin' on 11 said, I did enjoy my Let's Play of Assassin's Creed. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Oh, gosh, what a fun game. Oh, JT Sparkman, it's his first time catching one of the streams live. Glad you're here. I'm glad you're loving it. Oh, I can read the chat up here, too. It's like... Okay. Cool. So, I want to point out a couple musical things here that are going on. So, you're going to need headphones for this. So, if you have headphones, put them on. Or earbuds. Earbuds will work fine. And we just need you to be able to isolate between your left and right ears. Now, there's a sound, and the sound is called a hi-hat. And it's like the kss, kss, that type of a sound. And what you're going to listen for is how the hi-hat sounds actually alternate between your left and your right ears. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Type a 2 in the chat. Type a 2 in the chat if you can hear that hi-hat alternating between your left and right ears. How cool is that? So that's something. 2. Yeah, technically. The Return of Space Cowboy did in fact type 2. So what you're hearing there is a product of mixing. Mixing is what happens usually after a song is written. There's usually 3 steps to creating a song. Well, sometimes 4. The actual writing of the song, the production of the song, the mixing of the production of the song, and then the mastering of the mixing of the production of the song. And a lot of times what'll happen, sometimes it'll happen in production, sometimes it'll happen in mixing. You'll decide where you're going to pan or situate the different sounds that you're hearing in the headphones. And so that's why you can hear things in different ears going back and forth. How cool is that? All right, let's get this thing grooving with Big Fishes. Okay. Some really delightful things. So even throughout that, we even did have the flat 6, flat 7 coming back to 1. So a couple things I want to point out here. Number 1 is the main chords. So really, we're in the key of D major. But here's the thing. Typically, 7 would be C sharp, and it would be half diminished, but no. Here, and sometimes even 7 would just be major. But no, here 7 is major 7. That's a different quality of chord, kind of like major and minor. That's our first sound. Here's our second sound. Here's the second sound, first sound. And it's alternating back and forth between these two sounds. Not terribly uncommon, but rare, you know. Like, you'd be happy if you opened up a Pokemon pack and, like, found this chord progression. You'd be like, ooh, look, it's shiny. Rare enough. And then it goes to 4, to 5, to 3, to 6, 4, 5. And then it changes to the 5 of 6, a different sound, back to 6. And then it did, I think, 4, 5, flat 6. Guess what's coming next? Flat 7. And then back to what we're going to call 1. Uh-oh. And the other shoe is going to drop, and the fish is going to hit. Let the fishies hit the floor. Let the fishies hit the floor. Everyone with me? Let the fishies hit the floor. Let's do it. Oh. Okay, before we get big bandy on this. All right, I just want to point out one more mixing thing to you guys, because this is like, we're on a roll here with this. All right, check out in your right ear. There's a guitar in your right ear.
But Ma, a guitar won't fit in my right ear.
Trust me, there is a guitar in your right ear. By the way, if you're hearing guitar in your left ear, you're like, Dan's wrong. You're wrong. What do you know about music? You're wrong. Try flipping your headphones around, because you probably have them on backwards. Okay. So that guitar in there is going like this. Oops, you can't hear. Actually sounds like that a little wand. Doing something like that. Listen for him in the right ear. I'll play it again. Type a 4. Type a number 4. I know we're getting so complex with the numbers today. Type a number 4 in the chat if you can heard it. great ears. Everyone heard it. By the way, if you didn't hear it, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with your ears. You maybe just need a little bit more practice listening to things. That's all. There's no such thing as being, well, talent does exist, but I'll tell you, there's no such thing as being good or bad at music. You are either trained or you are untrained. That's it. So maybe you just need some more training if you can't hear it. Don't worry. Hang out. Stay on the stream because we'll do a couple more exercises. I mean, I'm calling them exercises because I'm a music teacher. But we'll do a couple more of these things. We're talking about it. We're going to do 3 more exercises before you can go home. And then you can listen to it and you'll hear it. Give yourself time. You just need some training. You just need some reps. That's all. Okay. Let's get this fish. Oh. That was fast. So that sound is big band jazz, is what that sounded. If you're wondering what that delightful sound you just heard was, yes, there's a name for it, but how we would categorize that sound would be big band jazz. And no, before you ask, there is no little band jazz. That is big band jazz. Okay, let's keep this thing going with, hey you, it's time to speed up. Let's do this thing. Yo, that starts exactly like Rhythm Nation by Janet Jackson. Sorry, I had to pause because that was that's literally the same snare sound too. I'm over 85% confident that is the same exact snare sound, possibly even the same tempo as Rhythm Nation, Janet Jackson. Okay. Okay, so what's interesting now is we're actually able to recognize pieces that we have heard before. And when you can recognize things you've heard before, number one, it means your brain's working, so that's great. But number two, it means you're hearing either a theme or a motif. We're going to call it, we just heard a theme. We'll call this theme A. How about that? This is theme A. Let's listen to it one more time. This is theme A. And that's going to be the theme that actually happens over the... happens over the 4 to the minor 4. So I'm going to call that theme A. And I'm going to do my best to remember that we're calling that theme A, and I'll point it out next time, in fact, we see theme A again. And you can help me if you're watching from home, because I'm doing many different things. So I may forget, but I'll do my best to remember. Okay. This next one is called Twinkle, Twinkle Little Cart. How I wonder, Twinkle Park. Okay. In all seriousness, though. So, basically, what was going on there? We had C being 1, going to A flat being flat 6, going to flat 7, which would B flat, back to C. That's basically the entire thing was going on. And yes, there was a second part where other things happened. But let's understand that what made that sound so cool was the 1, flat 6, flat 7. And what made that sound, well, a little uncommon in terms of 1, flat 6, and flat 7 is that the 1 was major. So a lot of times when we hear 1, flat 6, flat 7, the 1 is minor. In this case, 1 was major. Ooh. Then A flat. And then B flat. Back to 1. Very cool. Let's check out the next one, which is gonna be on the next level. And incidentally, rocking that bass treble. Yes, Smash Matt, good ears. Like the chords, though. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I misspoke earlier. I'm gonna set the record right. Yeah, so, hey, does anyone remember what track I said was called I told you I was gonna need your help. What track did we say was theme A? It happened not too long ago. Anyone remember? Does anyone remember what track we were on? Somebody help. Help. Speed up theme. Right, okay, thank you. Speed up. Where's the speed up? Where's the speed? Where's speed? Speed. Need for speed. Oh, it's time to speed up. Right. Okay. Right. So, I misspoke. Yeah, that's not the one with the minor 4, which, by the way, if you saw my face drop halfway through the last song, it's because I realized I'd made a mistake. So, yeah, similar. Not 100% it, though. Okay, I think we just listened to Pleasure Castle for Twinkle Circuit, right? The next one up is Twinkle Circuit. Give me one in the chat. I'm sorry, I'm losing it. Give me a 1 in the chat if we're supposed to listen to Twinkle Circuit next. Okay, Twinkle Circuit is next. Okay, thank you for keeping me on track, chat. Okay, Twinkle Circuit, here we go.
That much is true. How much are you? Don't you want? Oh.
I'll figure it out. Ooh. Okay. Look, I was trying to have fun because this whole song is like... much is true. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh, don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh. Okay, so I was having fun with that. And then, sure enough, it goes to... It goes to... Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh, don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh. So, I was just having fun because when you take those chords, sometimes you unlock keys to other songs. So the chords in this song, sure enough, fit whatever the heck the name of that song is in multiple ways. How cool is that? So, and that sound is that we have two major chords that are a whole step apart. Okay. Major chords, you know, a whole step is basically most of the time, well, let's see, 5/7 of the time, a whole step, if we're thinking about our 7 letters, is going to be from one letter to the next. Between E and F and B and C are not whole steps, but we're going from G to F, to G to F. And then we go from C to B flat. And what you can see on my guitar that I'm skipping 1 metal division. So skip 1 metal division, that's a whole step. And 1 metal division, that's a half step. So basically, it's constructed off of a major chord moving back and forth by 1 whole step. Let's do this thing. Marth's tip says, y'all ready for the baby? Not yet. Give me like 3 years, maybe. We'll see. The next one's called Fakery Way. Fakery Way. What an interesting title. Let's do it. Oh, see? I listened to it once, and then I got complacent. Didn't figure it out. Give me 1 second. We're going to run just a little bit and actually tell you what's going on here. Okay, so what's happening right in here? And why it sounds so ominous? Oh, well, right there. There's a lot's going on in there. I couldn't tell you the name of that chord off the top of my head if I wanted to, because it's something between like an augmented major 7, maybe? Perhaps? Yeah, augmented major 7. Well, turns out I can't tell you the name of that chord. For the most part. I'm missing 1 or 2 notes in there. But that's the general gist of things. Augmented major 7. Check this one out. How's that for dissonance? Bring it up a little higher, it's still gonna sound dissonant. Let's see what it does up here. Ooh. Sounds very Hall of Mirrors-ish. It's very questioning. It's got a lot of uncertainty to it. It's very nebulous. Check out this next one, called Run Through the Speed. Okay, so a couple cool riffs in here. First is... there are some variations on it, but that's the idea. So what's happening here is moving up chromatically. Ah, you know what that means now. Moving up chromatically with a little chord. We could call it an interval as well. Essentially an inverted power chord, an interval of a fourth there, perfect fourth. And then And that's another riff right there. A riff, 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 riff. All I do is riff. Riff. Again, low notes repeated over and over again. That's going to be your riff. Okay. Let's check out this next one, which is called At Dawn. Play at dawn. I skipped one? Hold on. Oh. Going down. Sorry, guys. Sorry. We're going down, 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 down. Oh, you can actually hear the riff there. Okay, so interestingly, what we heard was a version of the... and something like that. We heard that actually again, but a half step up. So before, we heard it in F sharp, that time we're in G, and significantly faster. Very cool connection from run through the speed to going down. A musical connection, indeed. This next one is called At Dawn. Let's do this thing. Okay, so a couple interesting things here. Again, we're seeing, again, in A, starting on A being the 1, being minor, and then also having it be major. So what we have here is essentially, one part of it would be flat 6, flat 7, 5, minor to 1, And then, oh, so cool, because at the end, it's a 1 sus4, as you know when the chord is sus, or maybe you don't, I'll explain it to you, to 1. So what a sus chord is, sus stands for suspended. So typically, in a chord, we're going to have, well, the 1, and then we're going to have 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're going to take the 1, the 3, and the 5, we'll play them all at the same time. So here's going to be your 1, here's going to be your 3, here's going to be your 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll take the 1, 3, 5, play them all together at the same time. That creates a minor chord. A little muddy down there if we play it up here. Sounds a little nicer. The 1, the 3, and the 5. And what happens with the sus chord, we either move the 3 down to the 2 or up to the 4. And so what we hear in this chord progression is we go to A sus4 down to A major. Sus. So sus chords, the suspension is like tension, and sometimes it wants to resolve. So essentially I have tension to resolution. All right, let's keep this thing going with Choose Your Buddy. All right, let's talk about that. So, not a riff, but wait for it, another 4-letter word that's used primarily for guitars, lick, L-I-C-K, a lick. We also call this a melody. We also call this a theme. Indeed, we probably could also call this a motif. But here we go. A lick, a small musical idea. Another name for it would be motif. Motif's a little longer. Call motif a phrase. Maybe that phrase is in and of itself a theme. And indeed, perhaps even the motif itself is a theme. It's all relative. It's like you need to have a theme to be able to find a small part and call it a phrase. And then you need a phrase to be able to find a smaller part and call it a subphrase. And then maybe there isn't even a subphrase because maybe your phrase is made up of 2 motifs. Or maybe there's motifs within the subphrase. And then, like, what is even a motif? Because technically speaking, a motif could be 2 notes. This could be a motif. Sorry. 4 notes. All right, here. This is going to be a motif. Technically 3 notes, but like the pre-bend note, I'm not really counting that. Technically, that could be a motif. A lot of it's relative. We have these fixed words for categorizing and understanding things in music, but it's not always as cut and dry as all that. It's not always as cut and dry as all that. This next one is called Theme of Chao. Come on, accordion. Yeah, okay. I want to introduce you guys to an idea, a really cool thing. It's called harmonizing a scale. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to walk up a certain group of notes. We're going to walk up this group of notes. But instead we're going to put chords to it. And these chords are going to sound kind of pretty together. Oh. Type a 2 in the chat if you think that sounds pretty. I want to hear from you. Type a 2 in the chat if you think that sounds pretty. Yeah, sounds pretty. Now what's pretty cool is we can also do this. Check this out. Sorry, yeah, that's that last one up there. And what we can hear with songs like this is part of what's making it sound the way it does is using a harmonized scale. Now, the harmonized scale is the same vanilla concept we've been talking about from the very beginning of the stream. We never put a name to it. Now we're going to put a name to it. And the name is a harmonized scale. So all the chords that come from this harmonized scale, they all sound cohesive together. And then what changes is when we can take things from outside that harmonized scale and go, and that's flat 6, flat 7, 1. And that's part of the tension and resolution that your ears hear that makes you appreciate the variation in the music, is times when everything is harmonized and it's all staying in the same sort of color, the same sort of place, than times where it's not pulling from the harmonized scale, and we use the flat 6s and the flat 7s and things like that. Hey, let's check out this next one, which is called Let's Get this party started. Do. That's for everyone who's listening to the radio in the 2000s. Teach me to wait.
Lay in the wax and spin in the sound.
That same idea that we heard in the last song. Love the memes, guys. Yeah. So look, like within that, we could basically hear the from the last song. He's kind of in there, and then we had the wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. No idea. Other than that, was a ton of fun, and thank you all so much for your memes. Thank you for your memes. My fellow Americans, I would like to say thank you for your memes. All right. So join us for a happy time for Chao Race. Well, okay. Let's talk about the Chao races there. Now, I'm not doing this exactly how it was, but this is the general gesture of what was happening. So we have 1, but then 1 turns into the 5 of 4. Whoa! How's that for some math? The 1 is no longer the 1. The 1 is now 5 of 4. Kind of, sort of. It takes us essentially to a 4 area, subdominant area, and then flat 6, flat 7, back to 1. Beautiful little piece in there. So, is everyone with me that 1 could turn into the 5 of 4? Type a 2 in the chat if you're with me that 1 could transform into the 5 of 4. Because let's think about it. All right, if A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4. So let's pretend D is 1. We go D, E, F, G, A. A is also the 5 of 4. Ooh, enter the matrix. So we have 1. And then we have 1 with a different function. 1's changing its function. By changing its function, the way it's acting, the way it's sounding, it becomes the 5 of 4. It's kind of like when you see one of your friends who has a new partner they're with, and all of a sudden they're acting different. You're like, hey, wait a second. I know you. You're my friend. You don't act like this normally. But they're acting different because they're around different people. It's the same person acting differently. Same chord. Kind of, acting a little differently. That then brings us to 4, and then flat 6, flat 7, back to, oh, let's get this one. 1. Okay. Fun time was over. That sounded like a SNL band. Saturday Night Live. Very particular sound. The next one is called The Dreamy Stage for Casinopolis. Casinopolis. Cassiopeia. Okay, so some really interesting things here. First of all, this little like beautiful. Now, what's really cool is that this song actually descends by chromatic. It's a chromatic descending gesture within the chord. So check it out. We start out essentially F minor. Then it goes to E. Then it goes down to E flat. And then it does something else. But very interesting way of presenting the song, because the song very could have easily stayed in F the whole time. But no, it does not. Then it went to E. And then to E flat. Indeed. So walking down. Is it swing or jazz? I'm not sure. Well, okay. It was jazz E, that's for sure. It was big band, that's for sure. Jazz does not have to be swing. Fight me in the comments. Jazz does not have to be swing. Jazz can be whatever it is. There's a lot of people out there that think jazz is only one thing. They think it's the American songbook, they think it's standards. But no, jazz is a living, breathing thing. It's a purely American art form. And it grows and it changes over time. Like there's jazz fusion. It's like, is it jazz? Is it fusion? Yeah, maybe. What is genres anyway? Genres are labels created by the music industry to sell more music. That's all it is. It's just a way of putting music into buckets to say, oh, hey, Johnny, you like jazz. You might also like this other stuff. We're going to call it jazz too. That's all genre is. Genre is not real. Genre is a fabrication. I mean, it also is real because it kind of makes sense, and that's why we use it. But also, it's been a lie. Okay. Check out this next one called Blue Star. All right, so let's talk about that chord right there. So this chord right here. Oh. Both delightful and delicious, as we just heard here. So, we heard something along the lines of... Yeah. And so what this chord is right here, it's a dominant 7 chord with a sharp 9. Ooh, how cool is that? With a sharp 9. And so this right here is a very particular, some people actually call this the Jimi Hendrix chord because Jimi Hendrix used it in Foxy Lady and Purple Haze, and maybe a couple other songs. And what this chord does, it's a whole bundle of tension that pushes us back to where we started. This is where we started. Bundle of tension, where we started. Bundle of tension that pushes us back to where we started. And that's that dominant 7, sharp 9, again, also called the Jimi Hendrix chord. Let's check out this one, which is called Dilapidated Way. Okay, so some really interesting things here. Number one, guys, we almost have our first hype train. We have one. I just want to let you know that we're so close to a hype train, and I don't think we've done that before. It's like, let's do that. I don't know how we do that, but let's do that. It sounds really cool. Like, who wouldn't want to be in hype train? Anyway, so what's really cool is the way this starts off. Is that we're walking down from essentially a D minor 7, D6, D add flat 6 to D minor. Then what's cool is that it actually changes. And it goes D minor, D minor 7, D minor, D minor, D minor major 7, D minor 7, D minor 6. Yeah. Oh, guys, we did it! We did it! We did it! Thank you to Return of the Space Cowboy. We're now doing a hype train. How cool is this? Yeah, bravo. Well done, everyone. Oh, and Return of the Space Cowboy, you now have the custom badge on your profile that I actually made myself for subscribers. Oh, that's so cool. So if anyone else, if you want to be a subscriber, you can get special badges. I actually designed them myself. I went into Adobe Illustrator. I made a whole bunch of levels, and there's all sorts of things you can do with them and customize them when you get to certain levels. It's really cool. So you actually see on mine, mine's all orange. Here, I'll type something. Dan says, hi. You see mine, it's like all orange, and they all say, I love music, and they have special things on them. Oh, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Thank you. Hype! How cool is that? Thank you, the Proggy boy. Yeah, Smash Matt, the goal is to continue weekend streams, and thank you for your support. And by the way, I love your new profile thing you got there. Very cool. So, essentially what we're seeing is a descending chromatic gesture within the chord itself. We're hearing this note go down by 4 half steps. So we're going D minor, then goes down by a half step, then goes down by half step, then goes down by another half step. And that was the second chromatic one, because the first chromatic one we heard went down. It went, how the song started off was like. There you go. Very cool. Oh, thank you all so much for subscribing and for the bits. We did it. We got to a level 2 hype train. How awesome is that? Ha, love it. Okay. Oh, by the way, if you want to upvote what OST I do next, I'll tell you. If you put 1,000 bits or more, 1,000 bits or more, upvotes what OST, because I actually have a really cool system where I can see the chats with the bits. So if you want to put 1,000 bits and tell me what OST you want me to react to next, that'll upvote it in the polls. And if you want to see the list, that's in the About. If you look at the About section on this, you can see the list of where everything is. And then you can upvote it. You'll see there's a thing to upvote when I'm not streaming. But if you want to upvote while I'm streaming, you can actually do bits. At once or gradually. At once, to be clear. Because that way when I go into my little system, if I have to count every like 1, 2, 3 bit, it would just be impossible. So we'll do, well, it wouldn't be impossible, but it would take a ridiculous amount of time. So we'll do 1,000 bits or more in one shot. If you want to add a video game soundtrack you want me to do next, we'll count that as an upvote. How about that? Okay. Let's do this thing. So if anyone wants to upvote now and we get to a level 3 hype train, let's do it. So let's keep this thing rocking and rolling with challenge for another aim. Okay, so let's talk about that. That was a pretty interesting chord progression. Thank you, by the way, Smash Matt, for upvoting with bits. Wario Land 4, you've got it. Oh, we made it to level 3 hype train. Thank you, Mohawk7, for being a subscriber. Oh, the Prog Boy, Xenoblade Chronicles X, favorite OST. You've got it, the Proggy Boy. We did it, guys. We made it to... Oh, my gosh. We're halfway. I'm going to... I don't think so, Return of the Space Cowboy. So, you get fun things. You don't have to watch ads with subs, and you get custom emotes. So that's for subs. You don't have to watch the ads. So, what's happening here is we have 1, then we go to 2, then flat 6, and then to 5. Smash Matt just used so many emojis. That might be the first time I've ever heard that chord progression in my life. Really, truly. Maybe the first time I've ever heard that chord progression in my life. Seriously. Like, It's so cool. So cool. And again, that's using power chords. 1, 2, flat, 6, 5. Never heard it before. Yes, Smokeling, exactly. Yeah. So what I'll do is you'll see on the list. So let's get this out of the way. There's a list. If you go to the About, there's a list. And on that list is every single OST that's ever been upvoted. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to translate the bits into their essentially monetary equivalent, which is a penny a bit. And so I'll use that bits to upvote it. So if it's 1,000 bits, it's a $10 upvote. If it's 10,000 bits, it's a $100 upvote. If it's 100,000 bits, it's a $1,000 upvote. Like that. That is how we will do it. Okay. Let's do theme of Dr. Eggman. Ah, fighter of the Bacon Man. Oh, ah. Let's do it. Oh, guys, emotes are being delivered to you because of the hype train. Great job, everyone. Oh, hey, hang on. It says it's working. It says it's working. It says it's working. You should have them now. Great job, everyone. Bravo. Bravo. New subscribers. Wow. Well done. Well done, everybody. Okay. So, let's talk about that riff. There you go. That is a sick riff indeed. Let's listen to it one more time. I love it. Can the 1,000 bits be in this chat or have to be in the OST website? Oh, you can do it in this chat, Proggy boy. You can do 3,000 bits here. You can do 2,000 bits. You do 3,000 bits. You do 4, 5,000. There's another droid you're looking for. Okay, so look. Oh, what a cool riff. So what's happening there is we're going 1, 3, 4, sus, 4 with a sus, it's a regular 4, then 1, 3, 4, walking up chromatically from 6 back to 1. Okay. And thank you, Pikachu, for subscribing with Prime. If you have Prime, I'm told this is true, and this is actually true. You get 1 free subscription that you don't need to pay for if you have Amazon Prime. So if you want to make this channel, the channel you subscribe to, which means you're not going to see ads on this channel, if you're a subscriber, subscribe to this channel using your free one you get from Amazon, because why not? So I actually get like $2.50. And you don't need to pay anything if you have Amazon. Pretty cool. And thank you for the $2.50. $2.50, that being. Okay. Well, Connor Wall says, leading tones always so satisfying. Yes. So what is a leading tone? A leading tone is going to be 7. So if we have 1, he's here. 7 is right here. Leading tone, 7. The leading tone wants to bring us back to 1. All right. He was going with Mystic Ruin. %, not what I was expecting. Oh, sorry, I did. Egg Mobile. All right, so the thing I want to point out to you, we've actually heard this in one song before. I'm not sure what song it was. Let's check this out. Three, four, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. So typically, in songs, and I say typically just by the metric of how many songs that exist in sort of pop rock genres, you're going to have a consistent count the whole time. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, like 90% of the time, high 90s% of the time. What we can hear in this is that the count is changing. It's changing from 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Or another way of thinking about it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to count as 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. But I'll show you what happens before and after so you can actually hear the transition in and out of the count changing of the music. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, how cool is that? Type a 3 in the chat if you could hear when I was counting 4, how it worked with the 4, and when I was counting the 1 and the 2, it really worked so much better with the 1 and the 2 together there. Type a 2 in the chat, or a 3. See, I'm starting to lose it. All right, we have a couple more songs, and then we'll take a little intermission. I'm going to go get something to drink and something to eat. Okay, next one is called Mystic Ruin. This like starts off like Fields of Gold by Sting. You'll remember me. So, look, basically this entire song was constructed around one single chord. The entire song, we could sum it up in what I'm doing right now. Meaning every single note you heard in the entire song except for that second to last one there, basically sits in one place. Now, that is part of, well, I'm not very well versed in that sounded to be a little African influence there. I know enough to be dangerous about Indian classical music, as in from India. And what they do is similar to what happened just here, is that there's one note that underpins the entire song. There's one scale. Except for that little bit at the end. And it sort of sits, and that's part of what gives it its sound, is that it's underpinned by a single note, a single chord, a group of different notes. That's part of what gives it its sound. Oops. Sorry, I just moved the chat out of my window here. Okay, there we go. Got it back. Okay, this next one is called Windy Hill for a Windy Valley. So let's talk about how this starts off. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 dee, ba, bo, da. Ba, ba, da, yo, dee, da. Sho, da. Ba, da, ba, da, yo, da. I'm paraphrasing at the end. So what's happening is we have 1, then we have the 5 of 6, which pushes us to 6. And then we go back to 1, but 1 is no longer the 1. 1 is now the 5 of 4, which pushes us to 4. How cool is that? Let's go over just that little tidbit again. I'll break it down one more time for you because it's really cool. We have 1, 5 of 6, pushing us to 6, 5 of 4, pushing us to 4. So you can see that the idea of these secondary dominants, they show up everywhere and they're used all the time. Now, this would still work without the secondary dominants. Here it is without the secondary dominants. It still sounds all right. Now here's that same thing, but with the secondary dominants. Oh. So much more interesting with those secondary dominants in there. The next one is called Tornado for a Windy Valley. So I'm not getting this exactly right, but here's the rough idea of it. Sorry, I'm also a little out of tune. So what we're hearing is that, again, for clearly what is some sort of boss or level 2 or more challenging area, we have descending chromatic gestures, just like we had for a boss fight quite a few songs ago. In that song, it was... here, it's... or something very close to that. But you get the idea. It's that every time there's a challenge, a significant challenge, low notes, descending by half steps, chromatic gestures. This one is called The Air, Windy Valley. Okay. I want to point out one fun thing to you here. That part of the chord progression, let's get a clean tone here. So we have 1, going to 2, 2 major, then 4, then 5 sus4, back to 1. Now, if you hear this, you're thinking, driving around town with the girl I love, and I'm like, forget you. I guess the change in my pocket no wasn't enough. I'm like, forget you, and I get it too. Said if I was rich, I'd still be with ya. And that is the same exact chords as you know, and I'd like to give you a real solid opinion on how I feel about those chords, but I wouldn't dare do that because the all artist subjective T-Rex has just come home from work and decided to come mess with the stream to make sure that I keep all art as being subjective. Thank you, artist subjective dinosaur T-Rex, for reminding us that all art is in fact subjective. Okay. Yes, I'm not giving my opinion on art. I love you. See you later. I had no idea that was gonna happen. Okay, we got one more to listen to, then we're taking a little break. This one is called Welcome to the Station Square. All right, y'alls. That was sick. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh, 5-10 minutes. 10 minutes. Let's call it 10. 7. I'd say 7. 7 minutes. All right. See ya. All right, team. You ready to do this thing? Let's do this thing. All right. We're back to it. We're going to do part 2. We're going to start with Fight for My Own Way. All right, hang on 1 second, because I think I might be getting one chord wrong here. I got it. All right. So, look, what's pretty cool about this, number one, and then it's going back and forth. So, we have 1, 2, flat 3, 4, because we're in a minor keys, we're going to use flat 3 instead of just regular 3. And then going flat 6 to 5. Flat 6 to 5. Flat 6 to 5. Back and forth. And then ending at the end after some other things happen. Indeed, with the same chord we were just talking about a couple minutes ago. The dominant 7 sharp 9, a.k.a. Jimi Hendrix chord. Which is a whole bunch of tension that turns us back around to... or whatever that theme was. Okay. This next one is called Snowy Mountain for Ice Cap. Oh my goodness. So, the basics of this song is it goes back and forth again by a whole step between two major chords. We've heard this before, and indeed we're hearing it again now. From E down a whole step to D, back and forth. Now, what I was doing just then was actually playing around with harmonics. Oh, how pretty is that? Oh, type it two if you think that sounded pretty. I thought that sounded pretty. And so what I'm doing there is I'm actually using the mathematical divisions of the string to create extra notes that are already there when you hear me play the string, but whoa, sound totally different when I do those mathematical divisions of the string. So, like, that's a string in half, that's a string at a quarter. And by using those mathematical divisions, you can create very interesting sounds called harmonics when you touch the string just the right way. All right, this next one is called Limestone Cave. I just realized this was actually playing in the browser, not the desktop app. So give me 1 second here. I'm actually going to open this up in the desktop app so you all can see. There we go. See the song that we're on. So right there, when we heard that's going back and forth between two notes that are, if you notice the metal divisions on my guitar, that's 1/2 step apart, back and forth. This one is called Be Cool, Be Wild, and Be Groovy, Man. Doesn't say the man. I added the man. Let's do it. Okay, so let's add a little kick to that. Very, very a guitaristic thing to play. You wouldn't really play that on a saxophone, well, because you only got one note at a time on a saxophone. But, well, unless you growl or do harmonic. But anywho, very guitaristic. So what's happening there is we're taking this same relationship between two notes. And the relationship between these two notes is that there's a 1 and a 4. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and 4. So it's 1 and 4, a 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 1 and 4. And that's what gets that sound right there. It's that relationship of the 1 and the 4 with each other. One to 4. And that relationship, if we use really correct music language, we'd call that a perfect fourth. A perfect fourth, the relationship between 1 and 4. All right, this next one is called Invincible. No fear. Well, good thing I didn't decide to start playing right there. Okay. I'm paraphrasing. That's about the idea. So we have a 1 to flat 7 to 3 to 4. There we go. All right, this is what we wanted. There we go. Now we are cooking with some gas. All right. All right, cool. So that's that chord progression right there. Let's check out this next one, which is called choose your buddy. If you've ever been to summer camp or indeed school and the teacher says, choose your buddy, and immediately you freak out and try and find your friends. That's what I'm going to think of doing this. Because, like, you don't want to be stuck with, like, Sam or Wendy, who, like, you've never talked to or never hung out with. You don't want them to be your buddy for the day. Because you're like, gosh, like, what do I even say to Sam or Wendy? Like, let me be a buddy with one of my friends. All right, let's do this thing. Oh. We recognize this look. All right, so look. Okay. That's pretty much it. A little messy at the end, but that's the idea. That's a really, really cool lick to play. That's a ton of fun. Would you guys mind if I indulge myself one more time? I really want to do that one more time. It's so much fun. Ah, that was fun. And so what's happening there is actually a mix between a major and a minor sound. Right here. That's minor, major, home. Minor, major, home. Minor, major, and that's part of what's making that sound the way it sounds. The fact that it's a mixing between the minor and the major. So if we just do minor, for example, it'll sound like this. Not bad. If we just do major, it sounds like this. Again, not bad, but both ways sound a little stiff. They don't sound quite as fun or as hip. When we mix the major and minor together, this is what it sounds like. That's the sweet spot to be. All right, this next one is called Mount Red, a symbol of the something. So, what's pretty cool is that this song as well is basically another dressed up major to major separated by a whole step. Basically, the whole thing.
Don't you forget about me.
You know.
Don't.
So, we've heard so many times throughout the soundtrack this same exact idea, but brought in so many different ways, in so many different genres, speeds, feels, like how it feels. Very interesting to hear that the same idea being used to create a cohesive sound with different sounds. So it's like the one piece that's tying a lot of different things together is having two major chords separated by a whole step, alternating back and forth. All right, the next one is called Red Skull, which is the only way to get the Soul Stone, as we all know. So, play Red Hot Skull for Red Mountain. Let's do this thing. See if I catch it. I didn't get that time. Okay, so the whole thing about Red Hot Skull is that it's basically two chords going back and forth. It's essentially it's basically just a G minor to an A flat major, just a flat 2. Just going back and forth. Now, the whole thing of the 1 to the flat 2, you could think of that as being Phrygian. And this is some complex music stuff here. You could think of it as being Phrygian. But here's the thing. When it's used in this context, and it's used a lot like this in hip-hop, anytime you're trying to make something sound like, I'm thinking about like Persona, maybe Persona 4? Was Persona 4 the one that had the golden? Yeah, I think Persona 4. Persona 4, I think every time there was a hip-hop track, it was that. It's like the same exact thing. And so this sound, yes, you could think of it as being Phrygian. And technically, if we were to, you know, yeah, works. I really think of it more as really being G minor blues type thing, and then just adding in that flavor of that flat 2 when you get there. But that's just me. Again, fight me in the comments. Don't fight me. If you disagree, use your words in the comments. Like Delaware man punched in the face while eating tacos at a taco truck on Cinco de Mayo. It's like I'm just out eating tacos at a taco truck, and so it's like, you said to fight you. It's like, no, no, don't actually fight me. Okay. And then we heard a little jingle, which was fun. All right, let's check out Heartless Colleague. Heartlessly working the printer, the colleague stands by, awaiting a word. Silently stapling the pages of reports together. Okay. Okay, so let's talk about that little lick. Now, a couple songs ago, we heard that tune that started with the guitar going. And we actually have the same idea here returned in another form. Same exact idea. Ah. And so essentially, it's the same idea. It's C, down to B, down to B flat, down to A, but instead of adding the chords, instead of being linear, we get there by a more circuitous route, if you will. There you go. So a similar idea to actually something we heard before, recycled, made a little bit more rock, a little harder, more teeth. Very cool. Check out the second one, which is called Event Sadness. It's like, imagine you could only communicate with your mother and your father via Twitter. Mom was like, how was the party? You said, Event Sadness. How do we skip Sandhill? I'm sorry, guys. Sandhill. Okay, so let's check out this riff here. If we add a little distortion to it, it'll sound a little cooler. So what's happening is essentially, it's outlining two chords, this riff. It's outlining a 1, which is going to be F sharp minor. And then it's actually also outlining a 5, be a C sharp major, a C sharp dominant. F sharp, C sharp, those two notes right there. So type a 3 in the chat if you can hear how those two notes are outlining those new chords. Again, type a 3 in the chat if you can hear how when I play, that's outlining a different thing. So like, here's thing 1. Thing 2. Thing 1. Thing a 3 in the chat if you can hear the difference between thing 1 and thing 2 that I'm playing right there. Go ahead, let me know in the chat. Type a 3, a number 3 in the chat. Yeah, Mars can hear it. Pikachu can hear it. That's awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out this next one, which is called Event Sadness. So let's talk about what makes this sound sad. So number one, it's the instruments. And it's where the instruments are playing. It's how the instruments are playing too. It's the speed they're playing. Notice there's no drums. There's no boom, boom, ka, boom, boom, ka. Because look, drums would fit. But with the drums in there, it doesn't sound as sad. So number one, no drums makes it sound sad. Number two is that sort of music box sound. It sounds like childhood sadness, nostalgia in a way. Yeah, maybe more of a or a glockenspiel type of a thing, but it's softer than that. And then it's also the chords that are being used to make it sound sad. And you notice how it never arrives? It just keeps on asking a question. So, asking a question, asking a question, asking a question, asking a question. Ah, there's the answer. See how long the question lasts for before there's a musical answer? That's also part of what makes it sound and feel sad and continues the sadness as opposed to ending the sadness. Because when we arrive at the answer, you're not sad anymore because you have an answer of why you're sad. And once you have an answer of why you're sad, you quickly are no longer sad. Ah, there you go. And then it's like, ba-da, ba-da. And that right there, it's kind of a sad chord. That's on the 4. It's a minor 6 quality of chord that leads us back to 1. Check out the next one, which is called Theme of Tikal. So what we have here is a very interesting chord progression. We have G minor, essentially to F, to E flat, to D7, which would be the 5. So we have 1, flat 7, flat 6, 5, and then it went to... And what was the second part? I was listening to it 100 times. Hang on. Right, and then it goes to 4, 3, 5 sus. So the whole thing. One, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 5. That's how that goes. So it's called Tricky Maze. Excuse me. So there's some really, really fascinating things going on in there. I'm gonna break one of them down for you. Wow, so cool. So what this is essentially a power chord. A power chord is 1 and a 5, just 2 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 1 and 5 by itself. But we're gonna switch it so it's 5 and 1. 5 and 1. Then go up by half step. Then go up by whole step. Then down by whole step. Then back to where we started from. Which is really interesting because it, like, technically speaking, this would be in G. Because basically like a G power chord that is inverted. But it just feels like D. Because D, B, the lowest note here. And so what we have, we've heard this sound right here. That's the same exact sound we were talking about for the red hot skull lava thing, where we're going back and forth by a half step and talking about how that sounded heavy, how that sounded, well, kind of mean and rock, like, you know, hard rock. And that's what we're hearing here. half step right there. Play it another way. But play it this way sounds a little bit more exactly like that. And it's that half step right there. Like, you know, paraphrasing Eminem, is you go up by a half step. That's what that is. We're changing this note, going up by half step. And that sound of a half step just sounds a little mean. It sounds like a little aggressive. It sounds like it has teeth. It sounds like it works out, and you're kind of scared of it when it's waiting behind you in line for croissants at the bakery store. So, let's go ahead and check out this next one, which is called Danger, Chased by Something. Half step again. So, in addition to those string gestures, the rah, which sound very threatening, let's just check out these couple notes to start this theme off. Oh, how interesting. So we have 1 to flat 2 to 3 to 4, which is getting very close to one of my favorite scales. Which would be that right there. I had to find it's been a while since I played guitar. So. And so what makes that sound so cool and what makes that sound a little exotic too is the fact that there's the flat 2 here. And then instead of going to a flat 3, which would sound like this, we're going to a raised third, a major third. Let me give you a little taste, a little flavor of this. So, it sounds a little less exotic if we do this. Still sounds pretty cool. That's not quite it. Now, I'm going to add in that major third here. So just like we heard in the song. Very, very cool. And a really cool sound. Yeah, look. Oh, next says, they're going to Walmart. Do I want anything? Tacos. I want tacos. And nachos. And burritos. And enchiladas. And what else do I want? Quesadillas. And chimichangas. What am I missing? A mole I would like. And what's it when it's tostada would be great. And what do they call it when they wrap it in the, what do they call it when they wrap it in the corn husk? Ooh, what is that called? In the corn husk. Empanadas, yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that would be great. If you could get me all those from the food truck that is literally 5 miles away. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. By the way, I have no idea who next 794 is. I hope you're having a great day, next 794. I hope you have a lovely Cinco de Mayo. Or a Cinco de Cuatro, as the case may be. So part of what made that whole song sound cool was the intervals that were used in that scale. Look, whether we call it the Persian scale, whether we call it the harmonic major scale, whether we call it the gypsy major scale, Hungarian major scale, Hungarian major. Yes. Traveling peoples. Sorry, we're not supposed to use that word anymore. I apologize if I offended anyone. But that, yeah, the, like, the, yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah, the surf, we call it the surf rock scale. Okay, leading lights we have. Let's check this one out. Yeah, and competent here, like kind of, sort of though. But let's talk about that. Okay, so look, technically we could count this song as 6. So check this out. 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here's the thing. You might walk away from this thinking that the time signature is 6/4. Here's the interesting thing. Yeah, you could put 6 beats in the measure, which it sounds like there are indeed. Yes, you could say that the coordinate gets the beat, indeed. Here's the thing. Technically, 6/4 is a compound time signature. So, technically speaking, and again, like we talked about with themes, motifs, like there's a lot of wiggle room in music, and we just try and use structures and music theory to, you know, as tools, right, to figure it all out. Technically, 6/4 would have 2 beats in the measure. And the beat would be the dotted half note. And the subdivision, excuse me, the division would be the quarter note. And there would be 6 quarter notes in the measure, of which there would only be 2 beats. So if we count this again as 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Doesn't really feel like 2. But that being said, Yeah, the emphasis on the 1 and 3. But here's the thing. If we say, no, emphasis on 1 and 4 if it's 6. Because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Your first beat has 3 divisions in it. If for anyone, if this is totally over your head, I'm sorry. We're going to be here for one more second, just ironing out some technical details. So, yeah. No, I'm sorry, Confident Hero. It's like just when I think I'm starting to get it. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is like high pay grade stuff. So technically speaking, 6/4 is like 6/8, which means 2 beats in the measure. It's a compound time signature, which means that the quarter note is actually technically the beat division, not in fact the beat itself. And the beat itself would in fact be the dotted half note. That being said, if we look at a time signature like 8/8, it's like all bets are off. You do whatever you want with that, basically. So, yeah, right, Incompetent Hero, that's an excellent question. Is it bouncing? Is it a measure of 4/4 and a measure of 2/4? Well, man, I'm counting that as 1, 2, 1. Because if we listen to the drum pattern, we have a kick, then a snare. So typically the kick and the snare, kick, there, kick, snare. Typically the kick and the snare would actually mark the quarter notes. So if we go by the drums, technically speaking, it's a measure of 2 and then a measure of 1. One, 2, 1. 2. And at that point, maybe we could just count it as 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. So, Governor here says, okay, what do I mean by 8/8? How's it different than 4/4? More room to get weird with something? Yeah, exactly. More room to get weird with divisions, not subdivisions. You can get really weird with divisions in 8/8. I'd never seen a piece in, by the way, here's a little story. I'd never seen a piece in 8/8 in my life. And then I was on a stream not too long ago, and I was like, man, if anyone's seen a piece in 8/8, let me know. And someone in the chat was like, hey, by the way, I'm playing a piece in school right now for handbells that's in 8/8, and they sent it over. And sure enough, what it was one measure of 6/8, essentially. The way it was written, it was a measure of 6/8 and then a measure of 1/4. The 2 extra eighth notes. Wild stuff. Okay, back to relatable music theory we go, and back into it with Event the Past. Very Swan Lake-ish. That oboe. Well, so much drama in here. So let's understand what's making the drama. So part of it is the juxtaposition between the large amount of sound and the small amount of sound. So for example, right here, builds. Builds. Gets larger. Voices singing the oh. More sound, more sound. Very little sound. So part of the juxtaposition between there being a lot of sound, very little sound, and then also the instruments that are used here as well. Like the voices, if the voices came in singing sha-la-la-la, 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 it wouldn't be quite as dramatic when they sing oh or oh. It's much more dramatic. And then just the chords that are being used there, like going F, F, E minor, kind of D minor, kind of C, and then F, E, and then E sus to E major. That's part of what makes that sound so dramatic. This next one, blah, blah, blah. This next one is called Play Tornado Scramble. Okay, so let's understand one sound in here, which you may recognize, because gosh, is it a commonly used sound. Wait for it. There it was. Let's listen to it again. Again. So right there, that's the orchestra hits. You hear that everywhere, from Big Shot, the Toby Fox, to like so many other video games. So many video games, I'm having trouble remembering which ones because there's so many to pick one out. I know it's a Big Shot because Big Shot has tons of them. Toby Fox, but yeah. Big Shot orchestra hits right there. Now, because these are short, it doesn't give you the full effect of the sound because that orchestra for the whole sound to happen, it needs a little bit of time. So it's just the first little bit of it. Type a 1 in the chat if you are recognizing. Type a 1 in the chat if you can recognize and hear the connection of that orchestra hit to other orchestra hits. Yes, fantastic. Great ears, great ears. Love it. Love it. Great ears, guys. Great ears. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Great job, everyone. Great job. Okay. The next one is called Funky Groove. Ha! That was cool. So, kind of, sort of. I'm paraphrasing. What's happening there is the grooves all based around, guess what? Because you've heard it before, that Jimi Hendrix chord, the dominant 7, sharp 9. No one I can sing out. Ain't in a rock and roll band. And problems. And guitar stands. And they were dancing and singing. And moving to the groove. And just went anything. Somebody turned around and shouted. Play the next song. So let's check out the next one, which is called Egg Carrier. Okay. Couple things on that are pretty cool. So, number one, while the sort of A section does change around a little bit, here's one thing it does. It does A minor to D, then to F, E, A minor. Now, what's cool about this is that in the D, this note right here, this is an F sharp, and then we're going to bring it down a half step for the F, down a half step back to the E. So we're actually going within the chords themselves. There is a chromatic walk down. So you have the A minor, then D, F sharp, which F sharp goes down to F, which then goes down to E, back to A minor, and then which is basically, we can think of that as being an E7, kind of, sort of. But yeah, really cool to see a D major and that F following each other. And part of what makes that sound so cool that you're moving from a chord that has an F sharp in it to a chord that has an F natural in it. Let's check out this next one, which is called Skydeck. All right, so let's talk about that riff there, because it's a pretty cool riff, if I can get it right. That right there is so cool. There's an AC/DC song I'm thinking of. That's like so close to it. Hell's Bells. Yeah. I think that's Hell's Bells, right? Yes. Yeah, so right there. Yeah, Hell's Bells. And so we can hear how AC/DC, this is an AC/DC inspired guitar part. Very cool. And I think I might have skipped a track. So we're going to hop back one to 0, the Chase Master. All right, well, a lot of fun things here. One thing I want to point out is this, which is really cool. What this is doing is kind of outlining. It's kind of outlining this. Kind of, sort of. Because look, it's going E. Excuse me. This right here is really from the 4 chord. And this first part is just nicely dissonant. And to keep it going, chat, is this a boss theme? Type a 2 in the chat if this is a boss theme. Again, type a 2 in the chat if this is a boss theme. Type a 2, type a 2, type a 2, 2, 2. All right, so look. While we don't have a big descending chromatic thing happening, we do have an ascending chromatic thing. Ascending means from low to high instead of high to low. So that's technically an ascending chromatic gesture because we're going up by half steps. So, yeah. It was a nice theory that every single boss thing was going to have a descending chromatic thing. But, yeah, we had some kind of chromatic thing here. It was ascending. So, maybe not quite. Okay, this next one is called... Oh, we already listened to Skydeck. So this next one is going to be General Offensive. Let's check it out. Well, Funky Space Alien, I just want to say hey and welcome for your first time chat here on the channel. Welcome, welcome. Well, let's see. The Space Pilot says this is the Amen break, right? So by Amen break, do you mean that it's alternating between the 1 and 4 chord? In which case, you're essentially correct. Now, what is interesting is that it starts off by going 1 to essentially 4/7. But here's what happens. It's really cool. Is afterwards when it goes to the piano part, it's 1, 2, 4 minor. Minor 4. Hey guys, can I play for a second? Because, whoo, we've listened to a lot of music. I need a little play break. Ah. Whew. All right, let's get back to it. This one is called Theme of E102Y. So the song starts very much feeling like it's in the key of C minor. And indeed, I would say that it is, in fact, in the key of C minor the way it starts. But how it ends, by the end, it's a A flat, E flat, G minor, F minor. Which basically puts us in the relative major of C minor, of E flat major, doing a chord progression that goes 4, 1, 3, 2. Back to 1. This next one is called Crazy Robo Boss. E101R. Ah, didgeridoo. So even right there. Do you remember a couple songs ago I talked about having an A minor to a D major to an F major to an E? Basically the same thing here. I might be making the D up because I've been listening to music for like 5 hours straight. Either way, it works there. Hey, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling before my ears fall off and fail me, my goodness. By the way, thank you for joining me on what is now officially my longest stream I think I've ever done in my life. But thanks for coming to hang out with me. To possibly join me on what's the longest stream you've ever watched in your life. Look at us, doing new things, and we're doing it together. Okay. Next one is called Bad Taste Aquarium. Let's do this thing. Okay, what's really impressive about this song is how often it changes. Now, you might be thinking, well, songs normally change quite a bit. Yes, but the level of complexity involved with how many changes, how frequent the changes were, and how distinct the changes were, and it wasn't copy-paste changes. Ooh, not at all. So anytime you hear a song that even in a subtle way changes all the time, it takes so much more work and effort from whoever's creating that song. And sure enough, I mean, this has got to be my favorite song so far. I mean, hands down. I'm not going to say that too loudly because I don't want the artist's subjective T-Rex to hear me. But I will tell you that this truly was a masterpiece and a work of love. I mean, really, 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 really incredible. Incredibly awesome. Love it 100%. Love it 100%. Hey, by the way, let me know in the chat what your favorite song is so far. I'd love to hear from you. Let me know. I'd love to hear from you. Let me know in the chat. By the way, if you're just joining now and you're hanging out, you're most welcome to chat and just say hi. Or if you want to lurk, you can lurk. You can also say hi. You can say lurk at me. And we'll say hi back. This next one is called Red Barrage Area. Let's check out this one lick here. Not quite. Here it comes. Yes! Incompetent Hero, Tower of Power. Great call on this. Yes, Tower of Power. Good call. Yeah, wow. What a track. I'm not going to lie to you guys, my ears are starting to go. My brain's starting to feel like mush. I don't think I've played guitar for 4 hours straight in like years. Dude, so groove with me. We've got 10 more songs to listen to. I'm going to give you 100% of what I got. Give me some energy back in the chat. Give me 100%. We're going to give each other 100%. And we're going to do this thing. That's right. 10 is almost 5. All right. Sweet punch. Let's do this thing. So let's talk a little bit about what's going on there. Again, I'm sorry to go, but check this out. We got C minor to a D flat major. Now, what is that? We've heard it before. That's that half-step relationship moving up and down. And yes, we've heard it before in more kind of terms, but here... Oh, how pretty. And that's really a fundamental thing there that's happening is we have our one chord that's minor going to a flat 2, which is major. Let's check out this next one, which is called Militant, a Militant Missionary. Now, something interesting there is how the minor chords are moved around, how that relationship right there. Well, we heard Nobuo Uematsu used that relationship quite a bit, of moving up by a minor third between two chords. And we can hear that here, as we have this minor sound right here, and then this sounds a little exotic. So I'm actually gonna put your ear somewhere and then play that for you, and you'll see how exotic it sounds when we take it out of context. Ready for it? Here we go. Here it is. Whoa! A little bit of a culture shock there. And a very, very interesting interval to move a minor chord up by that really does sort of shock the ear a little bit, especially when you take it in context of putting that minor chord in a harmonized scale. This next one is called mechanical resonance. That's an incredible lick. All right, guys. Possibly. All right, that was my favorite lick of this soundtrack, easily. There we go. All right, hey. One more time. One more time. One more time. With feeling. Here we go. Sweet. Love it. All right, crank the heat up. this a boss? Ha! Ah, we start the lick from the last song. Oh, sweet shred. All right. All right. Type of 4. We haven't done a 4 yet today. Type of 4 in the chat if you want to know how the guitar plays that sound. Type of 4 in the chat if you want to know how the guitarist did it and actually get a demonstration of it. Type of 4 in the chat. Type of 4. Type of 4. Even lurkers, you can type a 4. I won't call on you. You can just type a 4. I won't even say your name. I won't even say your name. Just type a 4. Type a 4. Type a 4, my lurkers. Type a 4. Yeah, I won't say your name. I won't say your name. You can just type a 4. You're safe. You're safe. You're safe. Okay. Check it out. So there's a couple ways of doing it. If you have a whammy bar, you'd actually do it like this. But here's the thing. For me to do it, so what I'm doing is I'm actually generating sound with my left hand only, and then with my right hand, I'm compressing the string. And that's how that's done. How's that for a fun little trick? All right. That's how that thing's done. Now, let's check out this next one, which is called Boss Chaos version 6. Descending.
starting to lose it.
Right. So not quite chromatic, but ish. Not quite descending chromatic like we had before. Descending chromatic would be more like, which, by the way, we did have. So it's actually related to the boss theme, because in one of the boss themes we had, and in this boss theme we're just skipping this one. We're going, ooh, connections. This next one's called the cam. The cam after the storm. The cam. Someone in the chat said, unleash my voice. You asked for it. What are you going to do? All right. Event Unbound. Let's do it. I just say thank you to everyone who's joined on this stream, this inaugural Twitchening. This has been amazing. Thank you to everyone who's become a subscriber. Guys, thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you to everyone who's following. If you haven't yet, guys, if you're enjoying this, follow. If you're really enjoying this, you don't want to see ads, click subscribe. Remember, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you get a free subscription. All right. All right, we're going to do a quick vote. Type a 2 in the chat if you want Open Your Heart to be the last song for today. Type a 2 in the chat if you want the Open Your Heart to be the last song for today. All right, type another number if you don't. I'm seeing a lot of 2s. All right, speak now or forever hold your pieces of pizza, then give to me so I can eat them for dinner. All right, the 2s have it. Okay, Open Your Heart is going to be the last one for today. So what we're going to do is we're going to listen to Perfect Chaos Survival, then we're going to listen to Event Goodbye, then we'll listen to Open Your Heart. How ominous. Did you guys hear the scream? There was an actual scream. It was like an operatic scream, but nonetheless, it was a scream in the middle of that. That was wild. People will be screaming in the story when this was... Oh, really? So, guys, yeah, there's an actual scream in this. It's operatic, so it's like half sung. It's like a sung scream. Why not scream? All right, we're going to listen to Event Goodbye, then Open Your Heart. Okay. All right, guys, open your heart. Let's do this thing. Wow, thank you, Mars Tip. Chat, that was a phenomenal call to end this epic stream with that epic, epic song. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have not yet, follow, at the least. Follow, because we're going to do so many more of these. We're going to sit down, we're going to unpack, and we're going to celebrate some incredible soundtracks. If you have not followed yet, strongly suggest you follow, because I'd love to have you back. If you're lurking, you can follow, and I will not call you out. I will not say your name. You are safe to lurk if you would like to lurk. If you want to subscribe so you don't have to see any ads, subscribe. And the final level is if you want to decide what I react to next, go into my About, in the About page, here on Twitch. There's a thing that says Upvote, OSTs. Click on that. You can pick whatever OST you want. You can also check the list to see what's up next. Upvote any OST you want. Go to the About page. Thank you all so much for watching. It really has been an honor to be here with you. The fact that you guys hang out with me means I can come hang out with you. So thank you so much for making this possible, because without you, I could not do this. And I wouldn't do this without you. So thank you so much for providing me the opportunity to basically make myself a better musician by challenging myself to figure things out on the fly, to play things on the fly, and to teach you guys stuff on the fly. So thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. So thank you all so much. It'll be a fantastic, phenomenal rest of your days. Take care, and goodbye.